And with that scream that we want peace, that we don't want war, and paying homage to the memory of all the workers that in the world day by day try to conquer a new world, and that since the publishing of the Communist Manifesto created that motto, "Proletaries of the world unite," we're going to sing an anthem for all the workers, for those who are exploited and oppressed in the world for capitalism. So we are going to listen to the anthem of the International. You already know why the president says the best singer of the Venezuelan working class is this man, and I would like to present not only the Deputy Chief of the Commission, Alexis Corredor, but also my brother Will, that we also all know. First of all, I would like to salute those who are here at the forefront with us. Pablo Lombardi from the CGT from Argentina. But we also have here José Luis Rivera from Galicia. And we also have here Selena de la Cruz. Selena comes from the U.S., from the Tricontinental Institute for Integration. They are part of the international delegation, which we would like to salute, and we put our hands together for you. Solidary and revolutionary greetings for you. Solidary and revolutionary greetings. So without further ado, we would like to ask our friend Will Asensio Rangel to address the plenary session of our first Latin American and Caribbean World Congress of the Working Class in Defense of Peace. Of the Bolivian Republic, of the dreams of Simon Bolivar, made constitution by Commander Chavez, and now directed by our president worker Nicolás Maduro Moros. My dear friends, You have come in important dates for us. As you know, the plenary session of the Constituent Congress was started and we were developing this movement since October in the grassroots of the workers with the main objective to mobilize the working class that is committed with the Bolivarian Revolution and with peace at the national level in all our entities of work. This was the first time that this was done, and it was said yesterday by our brother, the president. For us, in the union's movement of Venezuela, this has never happened, but we will continue doing so. Because these 132,000 delegates that were appointed by the president yesterday will continue working. Because we have many workers who want to be part of this movement, to come to
Hoy están ustedes acá presentes instalando esta plenaria internacional de la parte de la constituyente en otra fecha patria para nosotros. Hoy estamos celebrando la siembra del Padre Libertador, hoy 17 de diciembre. Por eso hay demasiados actos. Nos ha robado 1.900.000 barriles de petróleo, nos ha robado 1.900.000 barriles de petróleo de primera calidad, petróleo Merey, que es el máximo petróleo que nosotros tenemos en el país, y simple y llanamente pretende quedarse con el petróleo como ya lo ha hecho con combustible, con diésel, con gasolina, bajo el pretexto, bueno, que le da la gana al gobierno imperial norteamericano. Bienvenida, compatriota de los Estados Unidos, a la patria de Bolívar y Chávez. Y bueno, lo que nosotros sí queremos darle continuidad a estos encuentros. Ustedes, hombres y mujeres en sus países, nos ayuden a darle permanencia a esta constituyente. Yo les propondría que en el transcurso del día analicemos de algo así como convertirnos en unos comandos internacionales en defensa de la revolución bolivariana, en defensa de la soberanía de los pueblos y en defensa de la paz. Porque esto no puede quedarse así, simple y llanamente, venir acá, estar 3, 4 días acá, debatir, hacer documentos, e irnos y no volvernos a ver. Tiene que quedar de aquí una conexión constante con ustedes y multiplicada con otros países amigos, porque sabemos que hay gente de centrales que tiene conexión con otras centrales de otros países, y eso nos va a ayudar a incrementar esta lucha que llevamos en el pueblo bolivariano, en el pueblo de Bolívar. Yo quiero leer un manifiesto que anoche, a raíz de las últimas declaraciones del presidente de los Estados Unidos, esta central asume públicamente este manifiesto, y también recibí un manifiesto de parte de un pronunciamiento de la Central Continental de Trabajadores y Trabajadoras de la Educación. Yo le solicito al compañero presidente de la comisión y al equipo que este comunicado, lo más lógico que lo lea alguien que esté presente aquí de esta Central de Trabajadores de la Educación, Central Continental. Así que no lo voy a leer yo, debe leerlo ustedes mismos, porque como debe ser, ahora en plenaria lo leen una vez que terminemos el acto protocolar. Nosotros tenemos aquí, como Central Bolivariana, un comunicado que hicimos público que dice lo siguiente: la Central Bolivariana Socialista de Trabajadores y Trabajadoras de la Ciudad del Campo y La Pesta y el movimiento obrero venezolano repudia enérgicamente el mensaje amenazador de Donald Trump, donde ordena el bloqueo naval petrolero contra Venezuela y de nuevo nos vuelve a calificar de terroristas. Terroristas es este imperio decadente que pretende una vez más erigirse como el dueño del mundo. Ejemplo de ello es la acción reciente de piratería que realizaron contra la embarcación que transportaba petróleo venezolano, la cual se convierte en un robo descarado, violando toda la normativa internacional. Rechazamos contundentemente las amenazas del imperio norteamericano y sus acciones militares, cuyo propósito es apoderarse de la mayor reserva de petróleo, la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, con la construcción del socialismo bolivariano. Repudiamos la campaña de falsedades por parte de Donald Trump, de acusar a nuestro presidente obrero de pertenecer a un cartel del narcotráfico para justificar una invasión militar. Venezuela nada tiene que ver con producción, distribución y tráfico de drogas. Incluso ha sido reconocido por los organismos de las Naciones Unidas. Desde la Central Bolivariana planteamos la necesidad de la solidaridad combatiente de los pueblos del mundo y en especial nuestros hermanos nuestra, y de manera tal pues que nada más ideal que esta actividad de modo internacional y de las conexiones que tenemos en el exterior para en tan difícil momento que vivimos en la Revolución Bolivariana. Pero este es un pueblo guerrero que jamás nos van a derrotar y siempre le diremos al imperio yanqui, más nunca seremos patio trasero de ningún imperio, llámese como se llame. Por eso nosotros decimos, con Bolívar, con Chávez y con Nicolás Maduro como conductor de esta revolución bolivariana, nosotros venceremos, viviremos y venceremos. Hasta la victoria siempre.
Venceremos. Gracias, querido compatriota bolivariano, presidente de la Central Bolivariana Socialista de Trabajadores y las Trabajadoras de la Ciudad, el Campo y la Pesca, Will Rangel. Bueno, y ahora le tenemos que dar la bienvenida a una persona que nos honra con su presencia y que está aquí por delegación directa de nuestro querido compatriota bolivariano, trabajador, presidente y comandante en jefe Nicolás Maduro Moros. Es nuestro querido compañero, ministro del Poder Popular, canciller Iván Gil. Un aplauso para nuestro canciller. De pie, hermanas y hermanos. Compañero canciller apoyado además. Compañero canciller, trabajador de la diplomacia obrera, un obrero trabajador de la diplomacia, también se puede decir así. Además ha hecho todo lo que está a su alcance y bastante más allá nos consta para que este evento tenga estas características de éxito que implican, entre otras cosas, haber vencido el bloqueo aéreo y que estén presentes aquí más de 90 compañeros y compañeras delegadas y delegados internacionales. Bienvenido, querido canciller. La clase obrera le da la bienvenida a su casa, es su casa también. Nosotros decimos que...
Buenos días, compañeros. Como dicen acá, peronista hincha de Boca. ¡Viva Chávez, compañeros! ¡Viva! ¡Viva Perón! ¡Viva! Bueno, compañeros, antes que nada dejar un gran saludo de nuestra delegación, la delegación internacional, la delegación de Argentina. Estamos miembros de ambas centrales sindicales. Y antes que nada, en este plenario, denunciar la situación que está viviendo hoy el pueblo de Argentina y el ataque sistemático que estamos sufriendo en manos del gobierno de Milei. De cara a una reforma regresiva laboral que quieren presentar mañana en la
chances it used to have. And we just have to offer a way out for a humanity. There's no longer an American dream. Capitalism is no longer the way out for our humanity, our population. Capitalism cannot offer anything to our humanity beyond sacking, warfare, chaos, and that's why they're desperate. They do need the oil from Venezuela, and they also need to erase the example references. And that's when workers, we have a massive debate moving forward. What are the organizational manners in which we will build social justice and the destination of our humanity that they wished? We were discussing central issues regarding this debate because it is futile to come here, defend the revolutionary process if then we go back to our land. As the Pope Francis said that he's now in the sky illuminating us, guiding us, he said it was futile to proclaim in our speeches if then we have a closeted struggle, that we must find a global solution for our issues because our unions and our workers' organizations have expired. They're no longer current. Some of them were founded in the 19th century where the manufacturing was dominating and we had the bourgeoisie. That level of socialization of production is taking us to a crisis. Now we have many material conditions to solve the issues of humanity. And that technological advancement cannot be in the hands of a few. We produce food for 12 billion inhabitants in this earth, but having only 8 billion people on the earth, 2 billion of them are starving. That's why we must go beyond general strikes, because we have realized partial struggling is not enough. We had to go against our patrons. And now we have come to a juncture. This maximum level of awareness we have achieved under the domination of manufacturing must be our starting point. Common elements must be laid out in front of us, because the treason of the Second Republic, the defeat of dictatorships were not in vain. They have injected the poison of individualism. Many of us saw our parents starving in the 90s. We suffered what happened, the same that happened here in El Caracazo. And this is what happened in Argentina in 2001. And then we had the best years of democracy of Latin America with the struggle of the workers. They were the ones that gave birth to Cristina and Kirchner. Many of the vindications of the working class became government policies, but we were not able to deny the causes. We only attacked its manifestations, their manifestations. But where are these ideas that there was a possibility, a way out through capitalism? Who's defending the legacy of Nestor, of Chavez? Here we are defending the legacy of Chavez. Here we are defending the legacy of those decades of work, because we are now aware that there's no possibility of a dialogue with our aggressors. Perón in 1968, after 1955, with the treason marine of the armies, they decided not to kill them. And this is not a an instrumental issue, but a strategic one. However, he said he regretted he didn't shoot his enemies. He didn't know what they would become in the future after they were betrayed. Without having a strategic plan, social justice, through which we had over 30,000 disappeared comrades, we were made to believe that we had to struggle to solve their issues in an individual manner. We believed that if we had money, we could buy a TV, we could go shopping in the weekends, and that's why our comrades sacrificed themselves. While we have tactical conquers or partial conquers in terms of wages and sectorial fields, they were preparing to defeat us, and that's what we must go against. Today we have the threat of occupation. We in the Argentinian Patagonia, we are aware because they want to do what they're doing in the Middle East. But it is not only about the occupation of the empire. We cannot abandon common places because the empire advances. There where we are defeating, they are spreading a disease in our neighbors. They are accusing us of drug trafficking. We have built our squares, our courts. However, a few decades ago, since we had money in our pockets and our patrons were paying us, everything seemed easier because we didn't have to make demonstrations. We didn't have to discuss with our colleagues, with our comrades. Everything seemed easier, but this dialogue, this discussion is what's key to turn on the transformation engine. If we stop defending free healthcare, if we stop defending universal education, who will be in charge of these common issues? And that's why we're here. For us, this is almost like a Bible. The awareness we cannot copy from the empire. We must not continue only a part instead of a common element. Do you think we can solve hunger in the world if workers are not at the front of the production of food? Do you believe we can solve the issues of healthcare with our retired citizens that are suffering from the changes of the government if we're not at the front, if workers are not at the front? In Argentina, we proposed to build a common political plan. Do you know what he said before the Second World War? I realized that just as the Second Roman Empire fell, capitalism will also fall. And when he came to Argentina, he said, "This is something we can do here." That's what he discussed, what he decided, that we must be disciplined when studying. And that's what we are seeing here in Venezuela. That's what we want to share here today in Venezuela. This commune process. Perón used to say that no one can be fully realized without a society, a community that helps them. We are not going to abandon any of the vindication struggles, any of the conquests we have achieved, and this must be a part of a superior plan. These partial struggles, my company, my category, my sector, my workshop, these all must be subordinated to the global struggle, and that's what we're doing. That's what Chavez did, that's what Maduro is doing. It is within the awareness of the working class. In these communes, comrades, is where we can materialize the project of Peron. So, with this, by reaffirming this, we came to this land of peace, and the only peace that can be sustained in time is the defense for life, but it is a struggle to death. Thank you, Pablo Lombardi from Argentina, international delegate. Now we are going to request our Bolivarian Martian comrade Niurka Gonzalez from the CTC from Cuba. Let's give her a round of applause to address the plenary of the Latin American, Caribbean and World Congress of the Working Class in Defense of Peace. You have the floor. Good morning. I'm a little nervous. I never thought I'd be standing in a place such as this one. Thank you. Well, from the land of Fidel Martí, greetings. We are here representing the Cuban people, the Cuban working class, and it's been an honor and a great commitment being here with all of you. We are with a delegation, Jacqueline, Misael from Cuba, both of them from Cuba. We were also here last week with a numerous delegation in the Assembly of the Peoples, materializing the commitment of Venezuela with its working class. So I convey greetings, a solidarity and united greeting from Cuba that's been suffering from a blockade for 60 years with the objective of starving our people, of assassinating us. They have not achieved that and they will never do so. In that sense, I will also take advantage of this opportunity to thank you for the support towards Cuba denouncing that blockade. I believe, dear comrades, that we must unite ourselves. The struggle of the peoples must be stronger than ever. We cannot be divided. Everyone here has a common objective, a common enemy, which is Yankee imperialism, and that's why we must face it united and stronger, with strength. We denounce the declarations of President Trump against our sisterhood nation, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. We call upon the reminder of the declaration of Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace. That must be our first struggle, our being. Venezuela and Latin America must continue being a zone of peace. We are facing a great challenge, and the peoples of the world have reacted in an overwhelming manner by backing up peace and Venezuela. And the fact that we have overcome so many challenges, now we're here joyful that our Cuban land was a preamble for many of those who are here that were able to come here to this great meeting, this beautiful country. This is not just a mere discussion. It is the moment for an organized struggle. International guests here must share with our countries the truth of Venezuela, what we have witnessed, and dismantle the lies of mass media outlets. We have seen a hard-working Venezuelan people that's united to its working class, to its president, and that's what we must share in each of our countries. There are many lies. We have participated in a unique democratic process with brave proposals in all of the tables that had debates and were approved by President Maduro yesterday. And we are proud for witnessing such a great process from the grassroots to the executive government. Of course, we expressed our full rejection against the declarations of that crazy guy, Donald Trump. You have the full endorsement from Cuba, from our party, from the government. Our Foreign Affairs Ministry has just shared a communique denouncing these declarations, and there were also some words from our President Diaz-Canel. Let's also go through the path of sovereignty and peace, and I think it is also a good moment to denounce the genocide in Palestine, with over 70,000 casualties. So long live Free Palestine. So today we must just shout together, long live Venezuela, long live Cuba, long live Fidel and Chavez, long live solidarity of the peoples. Let's end the blockade, the Yankee imperialism. Thank you very much. We will continue in our combat. We will prevail. Thank you very much to our dear compatriot Bolivarian and Martian Niurka Gonzalez from the CTC of Cuba.
Cuba and Venezuela, a single banner. After we heard Niurka and Pablo and the president of the Bolivarian Central, Will Rangel, we will give the floor to our beloved Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ivan Gil. Working Minister of Foreign Affairs, you have the floor. Well, first of all, I would like to salute this Congress with a Bolivarian salute of our President Nicolás Maduro Moros, a class salute from a president who has sent a message to thank you for your presence here today, for the presence of these workers of the world who are here in this first Latin American, Caribbean, and World Congress of the Working Class in Defense of Peace. My dear partner, Francisco Torrealba, Chief of the International Commission for the Latin American Working Class, and Will Rangel, President of the Bolivarian Central of Workers, Celina de la Cruz from the Intercontinental Institute for Social Integration, Nurka Maria Gonzalez, worker from the CTC of the Republic of Cuba. Thank you for your words. And international guest, Jose Luis Rivera from the Galega International Confederation, and Pablo Lombardi, who is part of the regional CGT of the Republic of Argentina. Alexis Corredor, Deputy Chief of the Commission of Workers for Latin America and the Caribbean. Orlando Perez, Vice President of the Central of Workers, and Orlando Lopez, Coordinator of the Central of Workers. Soto Rojas, Deputy, international guests, dear comrades all. Today, you have gathered in this first Latin American, Caribbean, and World Congress of the Working Class in Defense of Peace here in Caracas at a very important date. We are celebrating today the 95th anniversary of the passing of our liberator Simon Bolivar. Who in the 19th century began the path for independence, for sovereignty, and unity of our people. And this task we have carried out with President Maduro and President Chavez here in Venezuela with pride, with joy, and with intensity. And it has been done mainly by the working class, which is the spearhead of the process of liberation and independence process. And I say this because if we review history, we must say that the obstacles that the Latin American unity has faced, that the independence has faced, we cannot and we cannot separate those two ideas. There's no independence if there's no unity of Latin America and the Caribbean. This process that we are conducting today is not possible without the liberation of the working forces, of the working class, and of all humanity. It was the oligarchy, the traitor oligarchy, there in Rio de la Plata, in Venezuela, in Nueva Granada, with Santander at the forefront, the ones who stabbed in the back the independence process of Latin America. It was them, the one who ousted San Martin. They were the ones who killed Morazan. They were the ones who turned their backs on Bolivar. And that is why the working class has the responsibility today to retake those banners and reconstruct the struggle towards the path of definite independence. We are experiencing today, as President Maduro said, stellar moments of our history. Destiny has placed you, the leaders of the working class, at the forefront of a glorious moment for our history, not only for Latin America, but for the whole world. It's here in Latin America, as Bolivar said, where we are going to solve the question of how men and women live in freedom. And that is also a responsibility of the working class. There's no doubt about it. So this Congress is not only created or called upon during a special period, but in a special historical period. It is a responsibility for all of us, and we must thank the destiny to be experiencing this moment, because victory, we are sure, is ours. It belongs to the working class. We from Caracas are deeply honored to have you here and to share this struggle with all of you. Today, when influencers and media outlets are discussing daily the issue of Venezuela, and it's not just the issue of Venezuela. Let's not be blind. It is the issue of Latin America, or of a free Latin America. It's the issue of a sovereign Latin America, and the issue of the free peoples of the world, the sovereign peoples of the world, because there cannot be definite independence if we do not have the full liberation of the workers of the world. Latin America will never reach its final independence if the workers of the world, if the workers of Europe don't have it, if they are not finally free. Because we must be clear, the origin has always been in the domination, in colonialism, in exploitation. So, if we could count the tasks that we have for the working class, there are many of them. But with joy, we accept those tasks. And today, we have reached a crossroads that has placed in front of our Caribbean Sea the largest navy that the Caribbean has ever seen, just like it happened in 1815. Ferdinand VII sent 60 vessels, war vessels, with over 10,000 soldiers to attack Cartagena first, and then to invade the territory that had declared its freedom. Just like Morillo, today, who wants to become the emperor of the world, and the person who wants to become the emperor of the world puts vessels in our sea, and those vessels will have the same fate than the ones Morillo placed. The same fate that all invading armies have suffered in our land, because we know how to defend our peace. It is the most murderous power that mankind has known. They have the technology for death. They have weapons, but it's nothing compared to the dignity of our people. And yesterday, just yesterday, you saw that the President of the United States, who is immersed in a deep political internal situation or problem, has definitely declared to the world his intention, which is the same intention that from the working class we have been denouncing during the past 26 years, that they want to appropriate the natural resources of Venezuela, And we repeat, it's not just Venezuela. Imperialism tries today to appropriate the natural resources and the workforce, the oil resources, mining resources, biodiversity of the whole world. They have relaunched the Monroe Doctrine, and they have said that they come for us, for our resources, for our oil, for our gold, for our land and our woods, for our water and our seas. They declare so. It is a confession what we're seeing, what we're witnessing. A confession of something that we have been denouncing for several decades. And when we denounce this, the internal allies that they had said that we were exaggerating, that the left wing was always thinking about imperialism, that doesn't exist. Well, it does exist, and we have seen the declaration yesterday, the speech yesterday, and their intent, their clear intent yesterday. Imperialism not only threatens with an army, with destroyers, with missiles, with weapons, but it also has the will to say that the oil belongs to them, that the lands belong to them, that the waters belong to them. That is how imperialism thinks. That is how the boss thinks of the work of the working class, that it belongs to them. So we have in front of us the most beautiful struggle that history could place before us, because the beast has taken the veil off, the mask off. It's not about human rights. It's not about ways of democracy. It's not about domestic policy. It's not drug trafficking or any other excuse that they can create. It is about the natural resources and the work of our region. It's the xenophobia. It's colonialism. It's imperialism. It's capitalism. Finally, the enemy of the workers and the people, the Latin American people. So, today, my dear brothers and sisters, I think this Congress has a main fundamental task, and that task, or set task, goes through creating a true solid architecture, articulated one that is functional and operational to defend our independence and to conquer our rights. Because we are sure that in the horizon, in the victorious horizon, we see that we will have intense struggle in the upcoming weeks, months, and years. But it's not a struggle to defend a position of resistance. The working class has reached the point where it must go to the offensive, to the revolutionary offensive. And that offensive will not be developed in an isolated way or in a separated way, depending on the circumstances of each one of our countries. It is an offensive that needs to be created in true unity. It goes through the unity of the working class, through the unity of our structures, through having common plans to design a path of defense and revolutionary offensive. And I believe that in these days of debate and encounter that you all have been here for, we must give birth to this structure. Today we're facing the Millets of the world, the Novoas of the world, and we are facing the castes of the world. We're sure also the Bukeles of the world, and etc. So welcome. We welcome the confrontation, because from said confrontation and said contradiction will arise the true liberation, the true independence. We are sure that we are entering a crisis period, understanding the crisis as an inflection point, a point of transformation, where definitely the old must be eliminated and the new must be birthed, which is a productive working class that is sovereign and can consolidate the union. So we call upon the leaders of the working class, so that today we assume the role that the history has given us and the opportunity that history has given us to witness the true independence of our peoples. A Bolivarian salute. Thank you very much. Ivan Gil, Minister of the People's Power for Foreign Affairs. And with the speech of our dear Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Bolivarian diplomacy, Minister for Foreign Affairs of our beloved President Nicolás Maduro Moros, we can say that this Congress has been formally inaugurated, this first Latin American, Caribbean, and World Congress of the working class in defense of peace. With all its delegates, international delegates, as well as national ones. Here we have Mario Rodriguez Bonilla from Costa Rica. Welcome, Mario. Vladimir Laura Champi from Bolivia. Dora Alicia Castro from El Salvador. Miriam Rita Gomez from Uruguay. Jesus Vizcarra from Argentina. Carlos Martínez from Uruguay. Ignacio Benítez Cortés from Mexico. Diogenes Sánchez from Panama. Maximiliano Fontada from Argentina. Claudio César Ayazán from Argentina. We have Nahuel Dotto from Argentina, and Miguel Ángel Escobar from El Salvador. Alexis Pineda from Panama. Orestes Jiménez also from Panama. Michelle Umaña from Chile. Catalina, Andrea, and a German surname that I cannot pronounce. I'm sorry, Catalina, because your last name is too hard to pronounce, from Chile. Cynthia Crespo Campos from Costa Rica. Ignacio Cámpora from Argentina. Jose Maria Duran from Argentina too. Martín Ripelli from Argentina. Pablo Ignacio Lombardi, who is here joining us at the front, from Argentina. Edwin Edgardo Hernandez from Honduras. Amadou Ibrahim from Niger. Welcome. From Mother Africa. Bironjen from Benin. Simón Franco Ramos from France. Welcome. Ángel David Escobar Sánchez from Mexico. Edwin Giovanni Tepun Ordóñez from Guatemala. Erwin Ya from Peru. David Ramírez López from Mexico. David Cargol from Spain. José Luis Rivera from Galicia, from Catalunya. It says Spain here, but I just learned that José Luis Rivera comes from Galicia, not from Spain. And we also have here Bernal Bitteton from Spain, from Coruña, Galicia. We have brought them by pieces. We have Ronaldo Ortiz also from Panama. Niurka González from Cuba. Jacqueline Baños from Cuba. Misael Llanes from Cuba. Gabriela Paige Soto from Brazil. Marcelo Bucelo from Brazil, from the Sin Tierra movement. James Patrick from the United States. Welcome, James. James Patrick. We also have Gustavo Pacheco from Uruguay. Daniel López from Honduras, María Costa from Honduras, Héctor Enríquez from Honduras, Janet González from Mexico, Martín Benítez from Chile, Juan Figueroa from Chile, Hugo Aguilar from Guatemala, Hilda Chiroy from Guatemala, Shane Drayden from Trinidad and Tobago, welcome. We also have Candice Natalie Servo from Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome, Natalie. Pablo Pérez from Uruguay. Camila Clavijo from Uruguay. Rafael Cervantes Méndez from Mexico. José Gervasio Oliveira from Uruguay. Napoleón Manecillo from Honduras. Lourdes Dinora Cruz from Honduras. Carla Patricia Velázquez from Honduras. Well, from Peru, we also have Hernan Enriquez and Selena Stein de la Cruz from the United States of America. Welcome. Julia Sanchez from Mexico. Inés Chávez from Mexico. Khalifa Abubakar Zahil from Senegal. José Agustín Santos from Chile. Carlos Adrián Cruz from Costa Rica. Gilmer Boche from Brazil. Jorge Gabriel Pisani from Argentina. Juan Ariel Pacielo from Paraguay. Oscar Antonio Tapia from Mexico. Estefa Claudia Adrián from Argentina. Gladys Ordóñez, Costa Rica. Solia Ulaite from Costa Rica. Davis Ovares Morales from Costa Rica. Fabio Salvati from Italy. Welcome, Fabio. Stefano Gianandrea from Italy too. Bruno Amaral from Cervalo de Portugal. Jackson Ramos Pereira from Portugal. Stephanie Oliveira from Portugal. Vladimir Lovich Rusev from Chile. Also from Latin America, Demetrio Enriquez. César Rojas from Peru. Marcos Chávez from Mexico. Francisco de León from Guatemala. Lovidio Pereira from Brazil. Addison Goncalves from Brazil. Ned Velázquez from Mexico. Yvonne González. Venezuelan in Uruguay. Angel from France. Angel de Pin has this surname because he's from France. Angel de Pin. Emmanuel Lepim and Emmanuel. And Geraldine Colotti from Italy. All of these people, my dear Minister of Foreign Affairs, are part of the 94 people delegation that, in representation of over 30 countries, were able to overcome the air blockade against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. So to each and every one of you, welcome. Please feel at home. Our President Nicolás Maduro Moros welcomes you. And to our Minister of Foreign Affairs, our gratitude for starting this Congress of the working class in defense of peace. Thank you very much.
We say goodbye to our brother, the foreign minister. Let's allow the foreign minister to give some words before leaving, and then we will continue the activity. After he declares we have formally inaugurated the activity, so please stay in the room, the hall, because after the declarations he will leave and we will continue with today's activity. So let's accompany the foreign minister. Very well, comrades. Well, we say goodbye to the foreign minister with a great round of applause. The foreign minister of the working class. Thank you for the message. Thank you for the support you have given us. Thank you to Vladimir, who's the director of the office of the foreign minister. I don't know if he's here, but he helped us a lot. To the team of workers of the foreign minister and the leader of the ministry, all of our brothers and sisters from the Ministry of the People's Power for the social progress of social process of labor, and Mr. Piñate, the minister who's been activated here along with Wales Rangel in this activity, which is the main international activity of the Constituent Congress of the Working Class.
Le presento disculpas a los compañeros de Rusia. No lo sé decir en ruso, pero alguien que le diga a los compañeros de Rusia que no los mencioné porque no los vi en esta lista.
I didn't see our colleagues from Russia. I didn't see them in the list, and I saw them yesterday. Oh, I think they left. We had some Russian colleagues from the Russian Federation that were accompanying us during the recent days. Sorry. So, ladies and gentlemen, please go back to your seats to continue with today's activity. After listening to the contributions of the Bolivarian Central, Wils Rangel, Niurka from the CTC, she said she was nervous, but I didn't believe her. I don't know if you did. I don't think this is the first time she addresses an audience as this one. Also to Mr. Lombardi, who summarized the situation in Argentina. The Argentinian workers, please go back to your seats so we can continue. We're now going to, we'll give the floor to... do we have Beatriz Barreto from Mexico? Yes, greetings to her. We will now give the floor to José Luis Rivera from the Interunion from Galicia. Comrades, delegates, let's give him a round of applause. We also greet Venezuela News, Telesur, all the media outlets are covering this event, and our brothers and sisters that are connected via Zoom online. We have received messages from Santiago de Chile, from Bangladesh. It is night over there, it is the nighttime over there. Then from Manitoba, Canada, There are people via Zoom connected all over the world that are conveying their greetings to the first international encounter of the working class in defense of peace. I would like to greet also the ones from the Constituent Congress of the Working Class that yesterday and on Monday had some intense debates. Had some intense debates in the activities of the Congress. Please also stand up to give a round of applause to our brothers and sisters from the International Commission of the Working Class Constituent. We have Alexis Corredor, professor. We also have Omar Corredor, who is here with us and has helped us in this task. We also have Hernan Brito, Pedro Penso, scholar, intellectual of the working class. I think he went out for a minute to talk to the foreign minister. He has worked hard, and we have heard Gutierrez, who has also worked tirelessly during these recent days. We also have Odalis Romero, that has worked very hard. Then we have Jusbelis Ramirez, from the youth of the working class, a member of the Commission of the Constituent Congress. Then we have Guillermo Hidalgo Machado from the Caracas subway. Then Liliana Serrano of International Affairs, who has worked very hard to organize successfully the Congress. I would also like to salute Nailen Figuera. I think she went to the bathroom. Then the coordinator of the Bolivarian Socialist Central, Carlos Lopez, member of the commission. And who had a very hard time bringing our comrades from Táchira. Then we have Mr. Ovalles, Professor Néstor Ovalles. Then we have Giovanna Molina from the gas industry. Then Marco Garcia, connected from Brussels. And Bolivarian comrade Luis Primo Lopez, connected via Zoom from Spain, worker of our subway, member of the commission. I would also like to mention that we are here, we have compatriot Ángel Suárez, Ángel Ojeda, Hernán Iriarte, Tulio Vilhues, compatriot Ana Maldonado, Francisco Cedeño, Edison Alvarado, who found the fuel we need for the buses, Abner Suárez, Abner Hernandez, who's helping us with the connection. And Secretary Henry Navas. There's a team. We had a meeting at 11 p.m. A team we didn't know it existed and was recently created, and I would like to congratulate them. The team led by Carlos Lopez that's still here working. They're working 24 hours, 24/7. Then our colleagues from the command post, they are always running around. were in the Assembly of the Peoples and now are in the Congress. They have all accompanied us during the recent days. Making this meeting possible. And I gave the floor to José Luis Rivera. He started to greet us. I started to talk and to greet all of our friends, and he thought he would have no opportunity to talk. But now I will give the floor to our brother José Luis Rivera from the Inter-Union from Galicia. Okay, after the foreign minister and after the Argentinian, it is very hard to contribute. I still have a few days here in Caracas. You are so lucky to have President Maduro. We in Europe have horrid presidents that have made Europe lackey of the Yankee Empire. So we are very thankful for this invitation, not only from the Inter-Union, but also from the people of Galicia. And we know many of them have moved to Venezuela. You have welcomed them. And also greetings from the Galicia chapter, and also from the Galicia Bolivarian Association, Hugo Chavez, that wanted me to convey their greetings. A special greeting to Verdul, that because we have tortured him since the beginning. Greetings to all of the personalities, Torrealba, Alexis, Wills Rangel, the president of the Bolivarian Socialist Central of Workers. And you should now add an A because they're now working in the airspace. And of course, greetings to the foreign minister that just left, Minister Piñate, and of course, President of the Republic, Nicolás Maduro Moros. And when I talk about a republic, I feel pride because I come from a country in which no one has chosen a royalty, and you'll see where that man that once told Chavez to shut up, he has fled and is in Abu Dhabi. In the encounter we had with the deputy Tania Diaz, she was thanking us for our bravery to be here. But no, this is not an act of bravery, of courage. This is an act of solidarity. To thank her, and also a friendship act. The ones that are brave, are courageous, are you, all of you, the ones facing the Yankee Empire, which is decaying. Therefore, there are no merits in our presence here. It's just that we must be next to our friends, not only when things are going well, but also during bad times. We are also here because what we are debating currently in this geopolitical juncture is something that's fundamental for all of us, the right to the sovereignty of the peoples. Mr. Torrealba was very careful when saying I come from Galicia, not from Spain. Therefore, do not blame us for what the Spaniards did here Venezuela because we have nothing to do with it. Quite to the contrary, we are still suffering what you went through, colonialism. And for us, it is fundamental to collaborate and be next to them defending our sovereignty, and you have become a reference. We are militants of political organizations that believe in a more fair world. We in Europe, where I come from, I don't think we have any allies. The European left has disappeared. That's why we feel more comfortable in a sisterhood, a brotherhood with you, because we are facing this neoliberal, capitalist, colonial power we are facing. We are here because we believe in this model you are proposing in your country. I am impressed because of the debate I have witnessed in the recent days. We have this colonial past because this is an outdated Europe that has no future. The Europe that used to be a reference for liberties, rights, is now a prison. It is filled with censorship, in which fascism is advancing. A Europe that's simply built, taking capital into consideration. Talking about the European Union, it's like talking about NATO. They're synonyms, so that's what Europe means today. Europe is no longer the place of social wellness, of good conditions of life, because now our children are going through a high level of misery, precariousness. They must have multiple jobs in order to have a decent life. They don't have enough means to be independent. They leave their parents' homes when they're in their 30s, even if they do so, because it is hard to purchase a household with the salaries they have. What we have discussed so much has not happened at the top, but in the baseline. I was reading a recent study that claims that only 11% of the world population has a job, a salaried job. So, Uberization of jobs, the advancement of new technologies, which should be an opportunity to improve our life conditions, instead has taken our lives backwards. We should use it to reduce work risks, to reduce working hours, to have a better work personal life balance. This is only useful for creating precarious jobs, unstable jobs, and undermining the relation between the worker and the company, the business. And faced with this, what are we doing? Yesterday, the president was talking about sociologists, politologists. Daniel Alfonso Rodriguez Castelao, our ideological leader, he died after being exiled in Argentina. And he said something that your president would value. Being heroic means turning aspirations into reality and ideas into facts. So we can talk about democracy in Europe, but what type of democracy are they talking about? It is just trashy democracy. Being invited to vote every 4 years does not mean anything for me. Democracy is what you are actually exercising here with the Constituent Congress, what you are doing here in this hall. We are listening to the working class, to the working masses. And since yesterday we received a message, a warning of threats from Trump, instead of continuing my speech, I believe we must start acting, turning ideas into facts. And now others also must have this role. And that's why I am critical with the role of the left, the union, the social left. And I think that two great union federations are taking too long to actually do something and end the harassment campaign against Venezuela. What are these federations doing? They're not issuing any communiques. All the working class unions must stand up, denounce this abuse, and call upon the respect of international law. And if they do not do so, we are going to approach our friends, the unions are our allies, and ask them to denounce this situation. Thank you very much. And as we say in Galicia, struggle is the only right path. No one will give us anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jose Luis Rivera from Galicia. Thank you, Jose Luis Rivera from Galicia. Thank you for your words. To finish this part of the day, we would ask Celine de la Cruz from the Tricontinental Institute of Research to make a small speech. First of all, it is a great honor to be here. As the other person said, I never thought that I would be in such a scenario, but I would like to say that I am with the Tricontinental Institute of Social Integration, and I live in the United States. And before coming to Venezuela, the day before, a week and a half, I was at the streets at Times Square in a very well-known area of New York with other Americans saying no to the war of the United States against Venezuela, no to the aggressions that we're seeing, and it was done in 65 cities around the United States. And that is because we know in the United States, the majority of the people are completely against what is going on, what this capitalist, imperialist government is doing. And we know that the people of the United States are suffering due to this government. And at the Tricontinental Institute, we conducted a research that showed that the money used for military purposes in the world 53% of it is made by, or these expenses are military expenses are made by the U.S. While people are hungry, while children are hungry, and there are more empty houses in the U.S. than people living at the streets. If they wanted to solve this problem, they needed $20 billion to give all Americans a house, but instead of that, they use 1.37 trillion in their military budget, which is the double of what they publish or what they say. So the government of the United States talks about Venezuela as a threat, as an unusual threat, an extraordinary threat, but it is not because of the reason that they mention, because the U.S., despite the fact it's the richest country in the world, there's lots of suffering there, and they're convinced that history was over. They were convinced that history was over, and it's easier for them to imagine the end of the world and the end of capitalism. And in this case, Venezuela for them is an inconvenience, because how can they say that it's not possible if it exists? And we said that yesterday in the assembly. How can you have democracy with people's participation led by the workers? We do have work movements like that in the U.S. Otherwise, the mobilization a week ago wouldn't have been possible. But such a representation, like the one that you have here, would be very dangerous to exist in the U.S. It would be dangerous for the current government, for the U.S. to receive inspiration from you. So what else? I'm sorry. I believe that another thing that's important about Venezuela, with respect to the U.S. and to the world, is that in Venezuela, you are struggling for the right to exist, to sovereignty and peace, but it goes beyond that. It's like the first time I came to Venezuela, and I was speaking to someone at the street. They were asking for money because the situation was hard, and someone spoke bad to them. And he said, well, you're not going and this person said, you're not going to speak to me like that. Despite the hard situation that the people are suffering here due to the blockade, there's a level of dignity, a sense of dignity, despite the fact that the fishermen have been murdered, that the vessels have been stolen, and that due to the psychological warfare, they have not been able to silence the dignity of the Venezuelan people, and they will not be able to do it. And I think it's relevant to talk about the historical moment this month, in upcoming month of January, is the 60th anniversary of the Tricontinental Conference, and we have been talking about the tricontinental spirit. And this is what Venezuela is showing, that it's not enough peace, it's not enough. Multilateralism is needed, but it's not enough either. What we need is dignity that is deeply rooted in the workers' struggle that is led by all the people here. This conviction and commitment is what has caught my attention here in Venezuela, despite of what the Venezuelan people have suffered due to the United States government. So that was all. Thank you very much for receiving us. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to get to know this struggle so that we can take it to the people of the United States. Let's internalize the struggle and the hope. Thank you very much. Our dear Celine de la Cruz, from the Tricontinental Institute of Social Research of the United States of America. I would like to transmit also the salute to Masmi from Catalonia. She's here, and I didn't mention her when I mentioned the whole list. And it's 1:05 here in Caracas. And those who are connected online and those who are here, we are going to allow the international guests to leave first. So through this side of the plenary room, there's a coffee break, which is connected to the lunch, which is almost arriving. So please do not eat so much of the coffee break, because lunch is already available too. We will resume at 2 p.m. in 45 or 50 minutes approximately. We will start with our international guests and delegates who will be speaking here. To the national delegates, we would like to remind you that our international guests have the priority, so please let us allow them to eat first, and we will, of course, have food too. Thank you very much to each and every one of you for your participation in this formal session. At 2 p.m. we will be back. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, delegates here, national and international ones. Good afternoon. This is our first Latin American and Caribbean World Congress of the worker class in defense of peace. Of peace. Remember, it's the defense of peace, as Nicolas says. In defense for peace. Let's start again our session of this afternoon with the plenary. Now, for this, I would like to inform you. First of all, I would like to invite Alexis Corredor, co-patriot, Luis Rangel, to our co-patriot, Lombardi also, please, to our sister of the CTC who is here, Yurka, if you can please come here. If you can please come up, as well as our sister, our Jocelyn, if you can please, Selena, if you can please come here to please be part of this panel to start this afternoon session, please. Are you ready then to continue with this session with plenary today? And the International Commission has resolved then, as was informed this morning, to give privilege to the participation of the delegates who are here present in this plenary, Darío Vivas of Parque Central, Caracas, which is the capital of our Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. And now, in order to continue then, we are going to give the floor to our brother, Napoleon Valecillos, who is General Secretary of the Federation of Workers, Metallurgical Workers of Honduras. So a big applause for Mr. Napoleon Valecillos, who is Secretary General of this federation. Brother Pablo Lombardi, Euca Gonzalez also, please accompany us here. If you can just sit down. Napoleon invited us, by the way. No. San Pedro Sula, Napoleon of San Pedro Sula, where he invited us to have a soup made of snail soup. Napoleon, you have the floor. Napoleon, you have the floor here. Good afternoon, brothers and sisters here present. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs said this morning here, we are here today, and it is a great opportunity that we have as an important historical event that we may be here together and to be part of the history here. And it corresponds then to me to reflect briefly on the maritime or sea blockade that Donald Trump has declared yesterday on the vessels that were sanctioned that transport oil from Venezuela. And in order to understand the text, we have to understand the background, because a text without the background is all pretext. That's what an old saying says. In order to understand the reason why a country, and we have to say it, that is capitalist in its imperialist phase, and within the imperialist phase, it is a decadent imperialism. And when I say, and since it is decadent, it is dangerous because it is like a beast that is between two walls. It's with a country that is very indebted, with a president which has the very low popularity, at least in the last 50 years, with a scandal that is repeating in his ears, and that are Epstein files that are hovering over him. And to understand this, we have to understand it then, uniting all, shall we say, all the pieces of the puzzle together in order to understand what is the big picture. But to go into understand the knowledge of this fact, we have to go backwards into the Monroe Doctrine of the past of the United States. This country, that is the United States of America, I mean, that Simon Bolivar saw it more than 200 years ago as the greatest danger for all of the Americas. That's what he said. There exists a country that is called Venezuela for them, that in the infamous decree, Obama declared that this country, this beautiful and such a happy people, so happy, the people of Venezuela that loves to dance and sing all day, is a threat, an unusual threat, an extraordinary threat for them, to them, according to the United States. So, and if we see it in retrospect, since Obama's time until today, certainly it is an extraordinary threat because it represents the what is the contrary of what is capitalism. When they present us as a democracy here, that to be imitated in the world, where they rob elections, excuse me, and they say that here there's a dictator. And yesterday we were able to see with our own eyes and be witnesses of the most sublime act of democracy that can occur in a country, which is that the worker class gave yesterday in that presentation made by our sister, with a president that said, approved what she had said. And we then will get along so well, and we have our own responsibilities. And as was said by Tanya yesterday, each one of us in the space that corresponds to us to be able to act, we have to tell the truth of what is happening in Venezuela, because this is a country that is stigmatized even in those left-wing countries whose presidents we have seen that they have fallen one after another, because those who go against Venezuela will lose. And yesterday, there's another one, someone close by here. There's one close by from here that said that President Maduro is a dictator. That's what he said. But is not a drug trafficker. So he said that. So he said that this damn part, we know, you know all who I refer to. Everyone knows who I refer to, which is President Petro. So we passed through the Monroe Doctrine. We spoke of imperialism in its decadent phase, which is therefore a threat and a danger. And we passed through by a revolution that I believe yesterday we witnessed at the beginning of a revolution within a revolution, because as the worker class, as a motor of development and social transformation, fosters and applies those items that were approved yesterday, it is going to irradiate or emanate a virtuous cycle with other parts that are part of this society. And we'll take what President Obrera, worker president, said, Maduro Moros, that is the current president, Nicolas Maduro, says that the final objective is that this be a territory and a homeland that can't inexpugnable. So you here from your trenches, and you from where you are, we are where we are, we have to contribute in each space possible, personal and social space, organizational space, to diffuse and to defend the people and the truth of Venezuela. Today, then, we have, with that declaration of Trump yesterday, the price of oil went up 1.5% because of what Trump said yesterday. That means that the empire, the United States empire, means what we know. It means destruction. It means genocide, because the children and the women were assassinated in Gaza, are assassinated since October of last year with the bombs that came from the United States. That is why that's something that we present here and who are seeing us through the social media and other mass media. We have to understand that this country has never knelt down, nor will we ever kneel down to them. As our worker president says, we have to keep calm and sane, and with a good head. I didn't hear what nerves of steel. It means no one here is going to feel weak and is going to go back on what they say. We have to keep strong. We can't go back. My brothers didn't tell me how much time I had, and before Francisco would like ring a little bell, but he hasn't done it yet. So I guess I don't want to extend myself too much. I just want to leave. I just want to give you some ideas of some that I have, so that we may be able to. But I just want to conclude with saying something vis-a-vis this relevant fact that occurred yesterday, because it is relevant, that has to do with the cognitive deterioration of Donald Trump, that he was just being outrageous, and he now falls asleep. That used to say of Joe, the previous president, saying that he would fall asleep, but the same thing is happening to him. Now he's tripping when he walks. He doesn't walk clearly. He's falling asleep, just like the previous president that he was criticized so much. Also, the devastating effect of the Epstein files that has within the internal domestic policy of the United States. It harms them. The masks that are falling off people's faces. And I think we have to stay with the categorical response that the Bolivarian government has given yesterday by way of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and today was the National Assembly pronounced themselves vis-a-vis that. And what we're going to find here is a huge wall that is totally impenetrable. So we will not surrender to them with that threat or vis-a-vis any other threat, and therefore, it has the greatest that USS Gerald Ford nuclear submarines and aircraft carriers that is in an area that supposedly is free of nuclear weapons. And even though the CELAC declared that we are a zone of peace, these people come with their aircraft carriers, and the Bolivarian policy is in collision, or is crashing with Monroeism, which was said by yesterday. Because what we are seeing today is not just imperialism. What we're seeing today is the attempt to recolonize these lands. Because before, by way of pirates and corsairs, and the president spoke about this and gave us a lesson on that. The English and the Spaniards and others that came here, colonialists trying to colonize us and steal. What they want to do today is simply to recolonize us, as if we didn't have, as if we were little children, as if we didn't exist here, So I conclude with these words, brothers and sisters, feeling that legitimately proud to be once again here in this. This is my second homeland, and I think this is my second homeland. I feel very at ease here. And where I have never felt strange nor ever as a foreigner as the other 94 brothers and sisters, the international ones that are here present. Thank you very much. That are from other countries as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Napoleon Valecillos, Secretary General of the Federation of Workers, Metallurgical Workers of Honduras. Now we're going to give the floor to another international delegate, Brothers James Patrick Baini, President of the Federation of Teachers of Tucson, Arizona. You have the floor, sir. And after that comes Stefano and Andrea from the USB, Italy, who is the next speaker after him. James Patrick Bain, you have the floor. He is from Tucson, Arizona. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. Fraternal greetings from our organization, the Socialist Organization for the Path Towards Freedom. I'm a teacher, and I am not used to have a microphone. I usually only use my voice at the classroom. So I'm sorry if I speak too loud. I am very excited to be here in Venezuela again with the most important class of the world, the working class. We are very proud to be here with you, to see your plans that you approved yesterday. That makes a great difference in this process that is a democratic one in this country that includes all the workers, and they are the ones who have the power in their own hands to create their future. So thank you very much for having me here. In my organization, we are in the path against Trump in the big cities like Chicago. And we're taking steps for many decades with the public unions, with the different organizations against the police that kills the people, especially the African Americans. And this goes together with the issues of Latinos, of African Americans, and together with the labor issues and how the police controls or represses their demonstrations. It's incredible how the United States has gotten more control of the city of Chicago, and the unions, the teachers' unions of Chicago created two big demonstrations that won the schools. In Los Angeles, we called for a conference in the spring to organize, to enlist many organizations against Trump. And when the troops of the National Guards went against the miners, there were so many sheriffs and policemen in the city of Los Angeles. The people rise and they won, and they took those policemen and sheriffs away. The same struggle is the one that we're supporting, trying to organize in the chapter in D.C. next to the White House. Our forces are organizing to take away the Trump troops in Portland, in the northwest. There's a center for the detention of migrants, almost a jail, and our forces are organizing to tell the council of the city that they must eliminate the federal relation with that center. We must create or show struggles everywhere where Trump is attacking us. In this war, we are at the streets. We already had a week of actions, of international actions in November, with over 200 international organizations at the streets to demand for no war against Venezuela. In the city where I live, in Tucson, Arizona, the base of the Border Patrol is also a base of the Air Force. And that base, in February, is the center for coordination of the Southern Command, where they create the bombs with which they attack the fishermen. Over 80 people dead. And the hands of Trump, the hands of Rubio, they are filled with blood. the blood of those fishermen. We must say, never again. Take your vessels away. Take take the Navy away. Almost 80% of Americans do not believe their lies. And when he stole, like a pirate, the vessel, they know. They know what he wants. They know what is happening in the Caribbean with Venezuela. The most important thing they know is that he wants a war for your oil. Many more people know and are aware of the fact and are watching the world with open eyes. They see clearly what Trump wants to do. Our organizations that are socialist and progressive must organize a massive movement to cut Donald Trump's agenda to dominate the Caribbean, Venezuela, Latin America, and the whole world. I am also the president of the Union of Professors or Teachers in Tucson. We have so many people in our district of public schools, and we know that we must get ready because ICE is coming. They come with masks. They come to our schools to take our students because we know that they are kidnapping, capturing their families. And so we're connected with networks of fast response, and we know that we must organize to have a response ready for when they come. How are we going to move our students? Imagine if you are a student and you are at the university and you're thinking, oh, we need pencils, we need paper, and I'm going to teach math this way. And now if they are working at a school, they now, instead of think about teaching, they have to be thinking about how to deal with the ICE when they come, the ICE brigades. So we are here in solidarity. We stand here in solidarity with Venezuela because we know that every day you're facing Trump face to face, and you're not taking a single step back. Every day is a day of shame for their agenda. Narco Rubio is the one who needs to respond. He's the one asking, why is Maduro still there? Because the Venezuelan people wants peace. Venezuelan people wants Maduro. So international solidarity. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your message, our dear James Patrick, from the Teachers Union of Tucson, United States. We now would like to welcome the MPs of the working class, Elbano Sánchez, Braulio Álvarez, Osvaldo Emilio Vera, Diógenes Fernando Acosta, Orlando Pérez, who's there, people who were part of the Bolivarian Union and who were there at the National Assembly session that just finished and who are now incorporating to this first Latin American, Caribbean, and World Congress for the working class in defense of peace. Now we give the floor to Stefano Giandrea De Angelis from USP Italy. Go ahead, Stefano. Thank you. I am very excited too to participate in this Congress. I believe that the participation of the international delegation is here to express the solidarity of the peoples of the world to the lovely people of Venezuela and to the government of President Maduro. This is a very important fact for us because you are giving hope to our countries. Thanks to this revolutionary process of Venezuela, we see hope. We see the possibility to build a process, a freedom process, also in our countries. In Europe and in the United States, they speak of countries like Cuba and Venezuela, where allegedly there's no democracy. And we see processes of people's participation that involve over 20,000 people to decide on a law or pass a bill. We see the participation of millions of people to approve a legislative procedure, where in Italy, or as in many parts of Europe, the participation to vote is less than half of the people that go, or the voters that go to the polling stations. So the government decides without the approval of the assembly or the parliament, because they create decrees that do not allow the discussion of the parliament. So we think that we have more democracy here than in Europe. The communication of the Western world is in few hands, concentrated in few hands, in multinational centrals that decide what you're going to see, what is true and what is a lie. And this is used to condition the peoples of Europe and the United States. So for us, it's very hard to combat against a system of communication that is really strong. But who is to say that in Europe we have another enemy? It's social democracy. These people, these parties, these unions, they talk about peace, they talk about left wing, and then they go vote for warfare, for weapons, and to support the armies that are going to massacre Palestinians. They support positions of war to attack countries like Venezuela and Cuba. So we believe that these people who speak so well but works very badly, it's a true danger for the whole working class. In our union, we firmly believe that to stop the war and defend peace, we must have unity and the participation of the working class and the people's classes. This is a key element. And we also need the union, the unity of the different unions. In Italy, for example, we have promoted free demonstrations to denounce the massacre of the Palestinian people and denounce the support of Italy to this. The support of the government of Italy. As it was said here, it is fundamental to build. We have no sound.
All right, attack by the enemy, the Zionists. We have organized together three general strikes with great participation, with millions of people in different cities, more than 80 cities in Italy. They went on the streets to protest. This was a huge event that we hadn't seen in Italy in the last 20 years. So it was to demonstrate the popular awareness is against war, against genocide of the Palestinians. It's against the possibility of the economies of our countries. So we have to continue to work then, because we believe that it is fundamental that we work together with the worker class, that we stay together, and we think that with the help and the experience of our brothers and sisters of Venezuela and of Cuba, I think in Europe we're going to work for the unity of the people, of the unity of the workers' union, because we have to stop wars, and therefore we are working with others in the Mediterranean Sea, with other countries, trying to organize a general strike of all of the workers of the ports now, in order to block the weapons that go to the ports. They go to Israel, they go to other places, and to places of war. And this is being prepared. We await to do it in the next months of next year, with participation of cities all over the world that have ports. I would like to conclude saying that we have to stop wars, the massacre of the Palestinian people that's going down, and can only do it run by the world working class. We want peace. Thank you very much. Thank you, Stefan and Andrea, brother of Italy, for D'Angelo, yes. Not D'Angelo, he made a mistake. And I'll give the floor to our sister, Candice Sebro, from Trinidad and Tobago. Our sister, you have the floor. You have the floor, madam. After that comes Ignacio Campola, so you have to read, that is here with us from Argentina. Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. I'm going to repeat a bit the same sentiment expressed here before, that when I am in Venezuela, I am full of emotions. It fills me with emotions. That always happens when I am in Venezuela. It is not only because we have started yesterday with a song of Changa with President Nicolás Maduro Moros, that was yesterday, but also the last time that I was here in Venezuela representing the Federation of Trinidad and Tobago, I was here with someone else who is a great man, a great man, yes, that never forgot, the country never forgot our peoples of the Caribbean. And unfortunately, he has left us, even though his spirit is always here, and his spirit lives in our hearts, although he is not physically here. When I came the first time to Venezuela and I listened to that national anthem, I said, yes, that is exactly what should be said, because, yes, this people is a people that is very brave, and these people here, their hearts are also very big. When in my country, before knowing what was Venezuela, they spoke of dictators, they spoke of authorities, and they spoke of many different things that were so many bad things that today I should be afraid. But I found here, when I came back, a people that was a beautiful people, and they have told me that before, that is very brave at the same time, and a people that is so passionate for their country wanting the best for the country. This is something I had never felt something like that people feel so much passion for their country, their homeland, that love for their homeland. This is an inspiration, not only for Trinidad and Tobago, but for all of Latin America. And it's the things that they don't want us to see. Maybe they don't want us to know outside of our countries, of the doors of Venezuela. They want to keep everything inside, and therefore, I believe it is of great importance that you know that within the Caribbean, and I'm not going to speak only of Trinidad and Tobago, because we also work with the Assembly and the other countries of the Caribbean, where Puerto Rico, the Dominican Republic, and Suriname as well. There's Haiti and many other islands of the Caribbean where yes, there were vigils, there were protests, there were fora to say exactly what President said yesterday. No war, yes, peace, exactly. Because as we say in Trinidad and Tobago, we say no one is going to win, nobody wins in a war. And here in Venezuela, they understood, you have understood that what all the world should want should be that there be peace. And therefore, I wanted to simply say that in this land of Chavez, they never forgot us in the Caribbean. When they created ALBA TCP, for example, they always thought of the Caribbean. And even if some of the governments and the powers they wanted to keep us alone and independent and isolated. But you will never be isolated, you will never be alone, because that's what the great imperial powers want. No, you never forgot Haiti or the Caribbean in our hard times. So now we're not going to forget you, or Haiti isn't going to forget you. And Haiti should also not be left alone. And therefore, so brothers and sisters of Venezuela, you are not alone. And amongst the people, we should always maintain unity as we are doing here, to be all united. Because as a working class that we are, and therefore I would like to say, long live unity of the peoples. Thank you, Venezuela, and until the next meeting, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear Camby Sebro. Thank you, sister. Now we give the floor to our brother, Ignacio Cámpora, from Argentina, of the Association of Workers of the State. Ignacio Cámpora, you have the floor. And after that, our Venezuelan brother, just mentioned not long ago, or the sister from Candice just mentioned, Jacobo Torres. And in this International Congress of the worker class in defense of peace, we would also like to render a sincere homage to our brother Jacobo Torres, who is here with us, as Chavez is here present, accompanying us with their spiritual strength, with the strength of always the great heroes that they are. So after Ignacio Cámpora, Pedro Penso is going to read a document, a compilation, and the honors that we're going to render here, a homage in this Congress to Jacobo Torres. So Ignacio Cámpora from Argentina, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I come from the other aspects from the CTA of Argentina. First of all, I would like to say is to thank you for being here. If you come here for the United Socialist Party of Venezuela and others here present, thank you to all of those in Venezuela to be here after so many attacks. First of all, I want to speak a bit of the current situation of Argentina, commenting what was said before in the opening session. Argentina in the next years was effectively had a strategic battle for the workers of our country. What is in game here that presented by Milei that is a reform of capital at the service of the United States, and it is basically a collective negotiation that will was a conquest of our country, and and this is terrible what has happened because it is the criminal right wing that governs our country today in Argentina, and therefore what we need in our country and that we're going to struggle for it is a general strike and struggle. Because not even a mobilization that will summit for next Thursday, but we need to go with all the strength, with all our capability, with all the people to stop that reform, that melee that goes against our class. On the other hand, I would like to say and acknowledge that here, in this third day of work of Congress, of worker class, well, today, this is an international Congress, and it is a milestone because it was given in a realm of blockade by part of the greatest military power that known by humanity in its history, which is the United States, with their blockade on sea and land. And also to tell you that in Argentina, we already had activities of solidarity with the Bolivarian Revolution in the city of Cordoba, a multi-sectorial one by the worker sectors and of human rights and other movements. Also, they said no to the intervention of the United States to Venezuela. And this Friday, we're going to have an activity in Buenos Aires in a church, which is a very important church close to the people's movement of Argentina, and it was a historical importance where people would meet to defend for those people disappeared during the dictatorship. And there's going to be an event of solidarity with the revolution fostered by the CTA, but also by different organizations of human rights, also at the CGT to the documents. So we, the workers, going to go there to that church, to that meeting. And lastly, I need to mention something that for me, which was very important these last 2 days, which was to see how there was a debate and how there's a mobilization and the organization of the workers of Venezuela. These with the Bolivarian Revolution that defend their ideal, that they defend their sovereignty, and they want socialism proposed by Chavez 27 years ago, and that continue the presence of Nicolás Maduro and these wonderful people who are here, our hosts. So it's total support to the Bolivarian Revolution. So because we are going forward. And lastly, I would like to say two things that are important for us and that are important also in Venezuela, which is, as we say in Argentina, it's like Malvinas. So thank you very much to you all. It's a very similar situation as to the one that we had with the Malvinas Islands. Thank you very much, our dear brother Ignacio Cámpora from Argentina for his message. Now we're going to give the floor similar to our brother that we render homage today. We were going to say in this International Congress, Jacobo Torres de Leon. So we're going to give the floor to our brother, member of this International Commission of this Pedro Penso. Pedro Penso, you have the floor. Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. A solidarity greeting to you all. That is pro-Chavez and against the classes. Today, I would like to make a similarity with one of the men who contributed so much with his intelligence and his example in the creation of what today we know what is diplomacy of the proletariat. To Jacobo, comrades of the worker class of the world. Today, with our arms up and our hearts swelling, we evoke the aspect of history, our brother of history, a titan whose life was once so fist up in the air. His name is Jacobo Torres de Leon, or just Jacobo. It has been put in the history, in the granite of our awareness, of our historical memory and our conquest. So that it resounds in each part, in each corner where there is that heart, that beating of the proletariat, because Jacobo was a root from its roots and without concessions, the incarnation of proletariat internationalism, a brother who had in his view the whole horizon of humanity that is oppressed. He oppressed humanity with audacity that made tremble the powerful, and he sealed with his example the only truth that guides us, which is the solidarity of class does not know borders. That is, you were then, along with Nicolas, part of the proletariat diplomacy that you created, you yourself created. In all the fronts of battle or battlefronts, you had a great brain and a strong arm. From the trenches of the front to the great political trenches, your contribution was also huge. Intelligence at the service of the people, humanity amongst his peers, and great temerity amongst his enemies. He fostered the organization of the great historical blocks of masses, and in each one of these blocks his heading was always there, and to put at the vanguard and always the sacred interest of the working class. That was his north. So much light was shed on the world because of his. He was so hardworking. He had great desires. It is a seed that is in the fertile land of our lands, of our brains and consciousness, and it is a heading, and it is destined by the reason of justice and due to the strength of history to transform into one of the great emancipating movements of our continent. And there and for always, it will be, his name will be written. His struggle did not stop in our borders. He was a promoter, a great beacon in the fog of these times that are so turbulent, of the anti-imperialist movements and anti-fascist movements. It isn't mere chance that it is not a metaphor that the comrade Nicolas named him with the truth that only the great acknowledge, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the working class. And it was so true with his strength, his talent of organization, his capability to create empathy and humbleness. There were no project, nor too small or too big, in which he did not put his banner, and he did it, and he made it flourish. And we have to remember his luminous exit. Those he brought it to the streets of Caracas at the beginning of this century, telling imperialism at that time that here there is a people that is brave, that future generations will remember always this as a great deed, the mobilizations that combated and defeated FTAA at that time. His notion, what he did was always protagonic. He was decisive what he did, just as in each one of the summits of the peoples of the Americas have always been, because of his audacity, because of his reverence vis-a-vis the oppressors. The cowards hated him, and his enemies trembled. And for that same reason, those of us who do not kneel down to the imperialism, we have him in our hearts, and he is like our banner. Honor and eternal glory to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the worker class. His struggle is our road until we reach the victory. We will prevail.
Thank you very much, Pedro Penso.
Luchando por un mundo mejor. Criado en las calles.
Honor and glory to Jacobo Torres. Well, there cannot be a meeting in Venezuela where we don't have this expression of joy, which we call bochinche in the Venezuelan language, in the Venezuelan expressions. The CTC is now going to make an announcement which is connected to the honor of Jacobo Torres. Well, yes, I believe a solidarity greeting and a revolutionary greeting. I was saying that I believe It is important to inform that the Cuban Central of Workers is processing to Jacobo the Medal of Solidarity and Friendship as a posthumous honor for his work, for his solidarity with the Cuban people, with the working class, and everything that has been expressed here. Thank you, Niurka Gonzalez from the Cuban CTC. We now continue with Jose Santos from the FLEMACON from Chile. Go ahead. And next, our friend from Niger who's going to speak in French, right? Okay, so the interpreters, please be aware. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, my beloved friends, beloved partners. The Latin American Federation of Construction and Wood of Latin America and the Caribbean would like to give the following declaration. To the first Latin American World Caribbean Congress of the Working Class in Defense of Peace. It is with great satisfaction and deep revolutionary spirit that the Caribbean Federation and Latin American Federation of Workers of Construction, Woodworking, FLEMACON, salutes all the participants of this first Latin American, Caribbean, and World Congress of the Working Class in Defense of Peace that is carried out in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. This Congress is a live expression or a living expression of the firmness and the resistance and the struggle for the peoples that do not surrender to imperialism and that defend with strength their sovereignty and self-determination of the nations. FLEMACON joins this struggle without hesitation of political combat. We ratify our support and our solidarity to the Bolivarian brothers and sisters, as well as to all the peoples in struggle who face the plundering, the criminal sanctions, the coups d'etat, and the warfare imposed by imperialism. We are together at the streets, at the organizations, and in the internationalist struggle. The integration of our peoples is fundamental. The solidarity is our main goal. Resistance is our path. Long live the first Latin American, Caribbean, and World Congress of the Working Class in Defense of Peace. For peace and unity of the working class, 1,000 times we will prevail. Thank you very much, Jose Santos from FLEMACON from Chile. And now we will give the floor to our comrade from Niger. Ibrahim. We will have interpretation of Mr. Ibrahim's words. Dear comrades, good afternoon.
Hoy vivimos un momento histórico en Caracas.
Today we live a historical moment in Caracas, Venezuela.
Es el primer congreso de
It's the first Latin American, Caribbean, and World Congress of the working class.
Estamos muy impresionados
We are very impressed
por todo este recibimiento que
for
nos ha dado Venezuela.
the welcome that Venezuela has given us.
Cuando veníamos,
When we were coming, there were many threats.
hacer que tuviéramos miedo,
They tried to make us to be afraid, but we said that we stand in solidarity with Venezuela.
lo que Venezuela está viviendo.
What Venezuela is experiencing is just like what we have experienced.
Venezuela está viviendo esto por su
Venezuela is
petróleo.
experiencing this due to its oil, but in the case of Niger, it was because of uranium.
Entonces los imperialistas quieren recolonizar.
So the imperialists want to recolonize us. They want to use our mining resources.
Lo que hicimos los estados
What
del
the
Sahel
states of Sahel, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso did was to raise our voices and say that we are a single people and say no to imperialism.
Esto es lo que llamamos la
This is
refundación.
what we call refounding. In this refounding, all the peoples must stand united. And this is what the people of Venezuela must do too.
Debido a la emoción, olvidé
I am so excited that I even forgot to present myself.
Soy Ibrahim Amadou, soy el secretario
I am Ibrahim Abdul, Secretary General of the Union of Free of the Secretary of the Unions of Niger.
Somos miembros
We are members of the International Federation of Education, and we are part of the FSM.
L'anti-impérialisme, c'est l'anti-colonialisme, c'est l'anti-néocolonialisme. Vive la FSM.
estamos afiliados a la Federación
And we're part
Mundial.
of the
Y como ustedes saben, esta
World
federación
Labor Federation, and as you know, the ideology of this body is against imperialism, colonialism, and neocolonialism.
Mentionné ici, très offrande à l'immense assemblée de ce congrès, c'est qu'il y a beaucoup de structures et nous devrons nous comprendre.
lo que quisiéramos
What we would like to say in this Congress is for you to understand that there are many structures, and we must have to understand, we must work to understand each other.
Nous sommes contre le gouvernement américain, mais nous avons des structures françaises qui sont avec nous. La CPJ de France.
We are in a struggle against the structures of the government of France and the United States, but these structures are the same ones that we have in our country. We have the CTG of France.
Du Sahel, nous avons fait une coalition anti-impérialiste.
That is why the 3 states of Sahel have created an anti-imperialist coalition. And in this coalition, there are American structures. And there are also Canadian structures and structures from Burkina Faso. And it is through this system that we're combating. The beginning, France said that the oil of Niger wasn't oil, it was water. They alleged that. And President Mohamed Tanjat said that we should extract our own oil and that we should do this with the Chinese companies. And now, with uranium, the 3 presidents of the 3 countries of the Sahel have made different or written different contracts, signed different contracts. And we said that we're going to sell our uranium to whomever we want. We're going to sell it to Russia. And if Venezuela wants it, we're going to sell uranium to Venezuela. And if Cuba wants to the whole Latin America, so that we can make atomic bombs, so that they can create missiles to combat imperialism. In solidarity with the Venezuelan people, we're working at the CTM with unites different groups, and we're going to work with Venezuela to struggle against the false accusations that the United States is making against Venezuela. We say yes to peace and no to war, as President Maduro said yesterday.
And in order to continue with we have to create the worker class. We have to teach the working class. Well, we have a project of agreement that we want to sign in order to establish cooperation between Niger, Venezuela, and Russia. Unfortunately, our comrade from Russia had to leave, but even if in an electronic way, we are going to sign it with Madam.
Nous demandons à ce que les peuples du Venezuela fassent comme le Cuba. Bientôt, nous allons défiler les 16 centrales syndicales comme le peuple de Cuba, le 1er mai. Et il faut être unis pour être fort. Il faut que l'Amérique latine soit de vos côtés. Il faut que toutes les structures anti-impérialistes soient avec le Venezuela. Vive le Venezuela, non à la guerre, vive la...
In order to conclude, I would like to tell the people of Venezuela that you should do the same thing as Cuba. The 1st of May, we are going to have a march with the seven main trade unions, and all of Latin America should be united to give their support to Venezuela and to shed long live security, peace, all united, homeland or death. We will prevail. And the United States thinks that they think they're the lords of the world. What the delegation of Venezuela, what we have to do in Venezuela, we have to struggle strong in the International Conference of Work, the workers to combat imperialism. In the International Labor Organization, Venezuela has to fight strong there. Thank you, Mr. Ray. I will say it in Spanish. He said it in Spanish. I can even say it in English. We believe that there is extensive majority of citizens of the world that prefer to destroy the nuclear wars than to create nuclear bombs. Likewise, we understand that this is an intervention full of euphoria. We say yes to peace and no to war. No nuclear bombs either. Thank you, Ibrahim. Merci. Now we are going to give the floor to our sister Inés Chavez from Mexico. Inés, you have the floor. Thank you. Good afternoon. Greetings to all of our brothers and sisters that are here. I would like to read now a pronouncement of the Continental Workers Union of Education, a group of approximately 13 countries. And there are many emotions, mixed emotions that we feel right now. All of my brothers and sisters here that are here today. And this pronouncement is what we feel and think, each and every one of us, and that gave results. It was a result of a discussion held last night. Nice start. We've closed ranks with respect to the homeland of Bolivar. We live the re-edition of the Monroe Doctrine and the Manifesto of the delirium expansionist of imperialism of the United States and of diplomacy of the father. In the words of Donald Trump, the imperialism of the North has elected again, thinks that they are the lords of the territories of the continent. From Greenland, the land of fire, to be reality, the old dream of America and the world for the United States of Americans. To be the big one, the big man again, the corporation, the capitalists, and the Western powers and Asian ones, allies of Washington. They have lived this fascism of piracy, transgressions of all outside of all legal framework and all human rights. We are vis-a-vis these states that are administered by criminals and by people like Donald Trump. The pretension of imperialism of the United States and Anglo-Saxon one to take the natural goods and resources contained in the Venezuelan territory that includes the Essequibo and above all the dignified existence of the people of Bolivar has transformed Venezuela in the center of a struggle for the second independence of our America, and in one of the pillars anti-imperialistic of the struggle for a multipolar world. With respect to the colonial domination, we have to struggle, and for us it is evident then that fascism, as a policy of domination by capitalists and as a response to the struggle of democracy, revolutionary and socialist of the nations and peoples that face colonialism, is the option recurred to by corporations that are capitalists and their political representatives. And we reject the petition, criminalization of the struggle of trade unions and the popular movement in El Salvador, Peru, Panama, and we alert that we will not permit a coup or aggression against the valiant people of Honduras. The fascists, be they Republicans or Democrats, whatever they be, in lesser or more degree, they have given step to coupsters and the extermination of the peoples, all of the peoples. People like Donald Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu or Zelensky, bring us to what was lived during the phase of accumulation of capital that provoked the extermination of 90% of the native population of Abjalalja. The assassination and this jailing of hundreds of millions of people of the continent of Africa and of Asia as well. Gaza is today an example of the worst one of genocide today that the imperialists of the United States and their allies have prepared to detain and counteract the state of decadence that is irreversible until today. But brothers and sisters, we cannot forget what occurred in Haiti, in Lebanon, in Libya, in Sudan, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, and Syria either. The times that came before the Second World War are on the realm again, where Mussolini's of the past, the Adolf Hitlers of the past, and theirs that come with them are again on the scene, and all of that is occurring today will take us to their reflourishment. Venezuela, the United States and Europe and their associates is now at a second level vis-a-vis China and Russia. In the majority of items that are military products, scientific and technical products, and besides this, they have lost control and monopoly of rare earths and sources of emerging energies for their fourth industrial revolution. The situations lived in the world from the war in Ukraine waged against China and Russia, even the chain of coup d'etat, assassinations and blockades against the Islamic Republic of Iran. The people of Lebanon and Yemen have in Indo-America a new scenario. The coup d'etat against them is but Pedro Castillo and the interference of the United States in Haiti are Honduras, Argentina, Ecuador, El Salvador, Colombia, and the rest of the continent are here. And there's failure of social democracy and the false left-wing political parties is a chain wanting to break our people, headed by Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. They want to break us. for for the Central Workers of Education of my country, the resolutions of the Congress of the Worker Class and meetings held in Caracas are an expression, which is the most advanced expression of the struggle of our peoples for democracy, for national liberation and socialism. And then likewise, the orientations and the political orientations made by President Maluco Moros, who expressed them the 16th of December in view to have justice and peace for Ibero-America, should transform into energy for the deployment of the class struggle of our organizations, so that those of us who make a common front vis-a-vis imperialism, oligarchy, and in that struggle to decolonize the huge homeland, and for which the proposal made by us is the coordination of all of the movements and structures of the worker class, be they continental, in order to uplift a program of struggle, joint struggle, anti-imperialist, and for the decolonization of the continent. Besides this, it is worthwhile saying of the deepening of the processes of the constituent. This is made by our brother Nicolás Maduro, and he mentioned, and for us, we workers of education, and for the worker class as well, there doesn't exist another alternative than that to end the old ways of political management, of domination, that on behalf of democracy have denied all types of popular sovereignty and of social justice as well. We know that the victory will be ours, that we are on the right side of for humanity. The imperialists will be defeated, and with them, there will be the dream of Bolivar made true, of Indo-America that is liberated, the dream of a fair world where we all be acknowledged for our condition of humanity. Before finishing, we also would like to say that we have a pronouncement to make from the Federation of Teachers of Puerto Rico that speaks of the resolution rejecting the doctrinate in schools, militarization in schools, and the use of territories of Puerto Rico for any type of action of interference and of aggression against Venezuela or another country of our America, approved by the Assembly Delegates of the Federation of Teachers of Puerto Rico. Also, we have that the Federation of Teachers, National of Education of Peru, also sent a letter to the people of Venezuela where they state their support, their solidarity, and to the Venezuelan people. And right now, these days of such intervention and it's hard times, and there are criminals against Venezuela. The true people of Peru and the magistrate of our country, they add their voice to all of the voices of the world and demand the cessation of the threats towards the people of Venezuela, and today, as well as to the aggression also against other peoples of the world and nations, and for respect of self-determination, sovereignty, and independence, solidarity and support to the hard work of Venezuelans. To combat Yankee imperialism is a key element for us. And this is the letter that our brothers and sisters brought us from Peru. And I would like to end by saying, for the decolonization and the second independence of all Indo-America, against all political intervention and economic and military intervention in our America, no war, yes, peace. To fascism, we will respond with more people, more organization, and with all of history's strength. Proletarians and peoples of the world, we have to unite. Zapata lives. The struggle continues. On behalf of the Workers' Union of Education Workers in my country, the sword of Bolivar for Latin America. Alert, alert. Alert that walks. The sword of Bolivar walks all over Latin America. Thank you, dear sister Ines, for having read that pronouncement from your organization, trade union, and the expressions of solidarity transmitted by the affiliates of Peru and Puerto Rico that you also represent. Now we want to give the floor to our compatriot Alison Araujo from Brazil. You have the floor, Alison, who speaks a mixture of Portuguese and Spanish. Dear friends, I would like to. I will. I think I'm going to speak in Portuguese, but we don't interpret Portuguese. My Spanish is not too good. I'm sorry, but he speaks Portuguese.
This is a song about the truth of the working class defending Nicolás. I wrote a text in Portuguese and I translated it to Spanish and English so you can receive it later. The important thing about this message is that 220 million Brazilians must listen to the message of Jason Araujo, President of the Central of Workers of Brazil. I want to salute the Brazilian partners of the Sem Terra movement, Leo Pereira from Brazil, and I made some notes about important events that happened on November 5th, 2005 in the city of Mar del Plata, where Hugo Chávez Frías, Lula, Tavares gathered with Diego Maradona too. And it was a very important encounter for us due to the historical moment and what they wanted to do back then. It was to impose to Latin America a free trade agreement to satisfy the empire. And Karl Marx would say that the history repeats itself first as tragedy and then as a farce. And what Donald Trump is doing is a farce. It's an attempt to respond to the crisis of capitalism a force we've been informed we cannot interpret.
Também necessário respeitar. Querido Torrealba, é necessário respeitar, mas eu quero retomar naquele heróico ato de 2005, uma película aí trazido depois de 20 anos na cidade de Mar del Plata, uma mensagem de Hugo Chávez. E Chávez assim diria: não há motivo para admitir uma alca. E ele convidou todos que lá estavam: alca, alcarraro, alca, alcarraro, Trump, alcarraro, Trump, alcarraro, doutrina Mondron, alcarraro. Meus amigos, eu não tenho dúvida, e no português é o caralho mesmo, todo mundo entende, o caralho, mas assim diria Vladimir Lenin: sonhe inescrupulosamente. Vamos juntos, emanados, lutar incansavelmente para derrotar o império. O socialismo vive. Sonhos, acredite neles. A luta até a vitória. Sigamos juntos.
It was very clear, Dilson. So we now will give the floor to Dilson. Thank you, Dilson. Now we'll give the floor to José Oliveira from Uruguay. José Oliveira. I said Oliveira because it sounds like a Brazilian name, but it's Oliveira in Spanish. Greetings, my fellow congressmen and congresswomen. Please receive as brothers and sisters from the beloved Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela our solidary greeting of the workers of Uruguay, gathered in its only union of workers, the PCNT. We, my dear friends, would like to be clear about the position of the Uruguayan working class in the defense of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. It is not only an act of solidarity, it is not only an act of concrete action. It is, as Ison said, an act of defense. There's a problem with the sound. It is also, or means also, to act in self-defense for the peoples of our America that today are being threatened once again by American imperialism. And or imperialism knows that the peoples of our America have always walked with their head held high, with solidarity, building resistance and building victories. Why not? Because, my dear friends, we must not forget that this comes from far, as do the struggles of our men and women that throughout history have been able to reject those who wanted to subject our peoples. In Ayacucho, when the liberation forces ended the Spaniard domination. A year before that was created the Monroe Doctrine, and that Monroe Doctrine, created by the United States in alliance with our oligarchies, generated a birth of countries divided to eliminate the dream of the big homeland that our forefathers created, because they knew that if they kept us separated, they had better conditions to exploit our resources and subject our peoples. Is that same imperialism, the one that in alliance with the oligarchies entered the 20th century, when our peoples were looking for paths of social justice and democracy. They had no decency to promote, and they started promoting terrorism, dictatorships that today continue hiding our partners who gave their lives for the freedom of our people. That same imperialism that in alliance with those same sectors against our homelands in the 90s created the idea of the FTAA. And that word said by Chavez still reminds us how we must build history. It's the same imperialism that today comes to try to reaffirm its conviction, its idea, its project to make our peoples, our region, their backyard. My dear brothers and sisters, we must make a commitment here. We're not here to say to our brothers and sisters what needs to be done. We come here to take the commitment with you, to struggle with you, to struggle for the sovereignty of our peoples, for the self-determination of our peoples, to struggle to eliminate the imperialist threat and build a correlation of forces within a framework of unity that will have the working class as its backbone. But we need to work for this to achieve the true independence of our peoples. Thank you very much. Greetings to the proletariat of Venezuela. Ever onward to victory. Thank you, José Olivera from Ficta TV, Uruguay. Now we'll give the floor to a Venezuelan who will be reading the manifesto of the Latin American, Caribbean, and world working class in defense of peace. After this reading, they will read also the plan of action. Then we will have Blanca Ecaut. Blanca Rosa Ecaut.
Después de que clausure la compañera Blanca, ya tenemos una siguiente actividad después de la compañera Blanca. Ahora entonces dejamos con ustedes
Now
a la compatriota
we leave the floor to Odal. We give the floor to Odalis Romero. Long live Chavez lives, and so does Bolivar. Welcome. I am honored to be the one reading this manifesto. Manifesto of the Latin American, Caribbean, and world working class in defense of peace and sovereignty. Peace will be my port, my glory, my recompense, my hope, and my joy, and whatever is precious to me in the world. Simon Bolivar, in the letter of Santander, June 10, 1820. The working class of Latin America, the Caribbean, and the world gathered in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela on December 15, 16, and 17 in Caracas, expressed that we debated on the peace and sovereignty of the peoples of our America and the crisis of the capitalist system. It is that way how, from the homeland of Simon Bolivar, we organized working class, agreed on the following manifesto. From the awareness of the people, the workers of the world, raise our voice with indignation and strength against the declarations made by President Donald Trump, who wants to use the territories of Venezuela as well as its wealth, attacking not only the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, but also the principles of self-determination of the peoples and the legal international framework created after the Second World War, showing its disdain to its own ideals and laws. We reaffirm with belligerence and pride our commitment with the working class, with the people led by the constitutional president Nicolás Maduro Moro, and the sovereignty of our peoples. We call upon the sovereign governments and the peoples, because imperialism wants to go back to their old policies, re-editing the Cold War used to dominate militarily the region and the world. That is why we raise our voice in this speech faced with this threat, which constitutes the resurgence of the Monroe Doctrine, re-edited with Trump ideas. We are in the heart of the Bolivarian resistance, which is active resistance and in permanent offensive. We reaffirm our commitment with Venezuela and the sovereignty of all our peoples. We also talk to the American people, victim of the same elite that today is ruling their nation, to demonstrate against this threat of war, peace, and the respect to the nations. America is not the backyard of Washington. It is the patrimony of its heroes, and we will continue answering to these threats. American imperialism and its European lackeys is going through the end of its hegemony, and it's facing the crumbling of its unipolar order. This is fundamentally due to the resurgence of China, Russia, and the South-South alliances, which have accelerated this historical process of transition towards a multipolar world, where the imperialist bloc can no longer impose its rules with ease. This is expressed also in the great mobilizations in the countries of the Western imperialist bloc, the United States, UK, Germany, France, Italy, and Spain, that have been led by the working class and the social anti-imperialist movements against the genocide perpetrated against the Palestine people by the Zionists. Faced with the end of their hegemony, imperialism creates an offensive of military aggression and economic attack, but it also wages a battle in the field of awareness, of consciousness. This is one of the examples of this is the use of the manipulation of migration flows, using migration as a tool of political destabilization, as was done in the Peter Pan operation against Cuba. This turns migrants into slaves, disrespecting their basic rights. That is why international proletarianism must protect migrant workers, and it cannot be separated from their struggles, cannot be separated from the emancipation of the whole working class. We observe at the same time that in the imperial bloc we see fissures that are important too. An example of this is the vote in the UN against the Cuba blockade. And European governments in disagreement with the vessels in the Caribbean. In our America, we have also seen demonstrations of workers in Argentina, Panama, Ecuador, Peru, Mexico, Brazil, Colombia, Honduras, among others. Even though the struggles are still fractioned, it is clear that the masses are rising against the neoliberal adjustments and the policies of the empire at the whole world. Within this context, Latin America and the Caribbean has been turned into a battlefield, a decisive battlefield of this war between unipolarism and multipolarism. This aggression is presented against democratic and progressive governments of the region like Colombia, Peru, Mexico, and Brazil. But essentially, with the blockade against Cuba, the attack against Nicaragua, and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. These are not isolated aggressions, but the desperate aggression of an empire in decadence that wishes to recover its political power in the region, intensifying a strategy of attack to the peoples that defy their domination, opening a southern front in their world multipolar warfare. The United States, in complete violation of international law, uses its weapons to provoke change of regime all around the region and the world, with the application of the economic blockade, the use of coercive illegal measures, creating a cognitive warfare, disinformation, and lawfare, and using lawfare against people's leaders, as well as military threats to undermine our self-determination, sovereignty, and eliminate our projects of social emancipation. Our response as class cannot continue being fragmented. The efforts of unity in action must be sustained in time.
We should internationalize this struggle. Our objective in this Congress is to strengthen the unity in action, coordinated with a strategy with the worker class of our America and of the world as well, in defense of the right to peace and sovereignty, guaranteeing a global response of the worker class and the peoples of the world in the case of a military attack against any country of the region. Very well. Long live Chavez. Continue, Professor Alexis Corredor, with the reading of what above and beyond the manifesto is the proposal of international action of the working class. Giving continuity to what my sister Odalis said. But first, an applause to our co-patriarch Odalis for your words. We say the following. There is, for these reasons, that this Congress, International Congress of the Worker Class, Latin American Congress of the Caribbean and of the world in defense of peace and sovereignty, presents the following action plan for the brothers and sisters that accompany us here today in this Constituent Congress of the Worker Class and International. This action plan establishes a structure that is permanent defense and solidarity at a global level. Mobilization of the worker class as geopolitical subject. Its objective is to maintain the offensive against imperialist aggressions and solidify the position of Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace. This international juncture, product of the deployment and military aggression of North American imperialism, has brought about with clarity, revolutionary clarity, to tell us, see the two battles that summons us. The first one is to have the international shield of peace, preparing it. We are going about that to strengthen our shield of peace. And right now, at the beginning of military deployment and cognitive war and imperial war, we articulate actions to defend the right of the peoples of our America to have peace and sovereignty. The second element is to unleash the sword of Bolivar that is not only in Latin America and the Caribbean, it is all over the world. So our slogan should say, the sword of the world of Bolivar walks not only in Latin America but all over the world. And if the empire dares military attack any nation of our America, we will transform the national defense in a crusade, an international crusade of worker and popular mobilization for peace and self-determination of the peoples. And therefore, we propose the following actions to be taken: to create immediately a coordinator, Latin America and Caribbean, of the worker class for peace and sovereignty; to create a global system of integral system of the working class; to create the international brigades, Simon Bolivar. Thousands of hands of workers, students, peasants, and others that work together and of the communes to have that network of resistance, to summon a world encounter of the international brigades, Simon Bolivar, in the first quarter of 2026. We would meet here in Caracas to configure a international system of quick alert fast resort that is a network of communications of workers that activate the protocols of resistance and struggle in less than 24 hours vis-a-vis any threat of the imperialism, to foster diplomacy, proletariat diplomacy that is active, where each brigade will establish direct contacts with parliamentarians, trade unions, federations, worker movements, part of social movements, and other ways of organization, of popular organization in all over the world, to create networks of schools of training of the working class. And this brigade will create these networks that will articulate the different schools of formation or training for the worker class in tactics of resistance and international values and Bolivarian values as well. And we would have to add also of Martí and of others, as Soto Rojas would say, of everyone here who are precursors of independence of Latin America and Spain, to train as well to people, spokespersons of the worker class in the management of the axis of narratives and the techniques of communication that be effective, and to create a handbook of questions and answers in order to face the hostile means, and to create delegations of truth of Venezuela, of the worker Venezuela. We will organize international brigades that will visit Venezuela for documenting the reality that exists and take that truth of our country to the world, to create the front of communication of the people. These are Bolivarian brigades of counterintelligence will combat then the cognitive war with hashtag videos and testimonies in social media, to create dossiers, to pamphlets, videos, and other posters in order to demystify the struggle against drug trafficking that the United States has tried to foster global South aspect too, and we will therefore promote cooperation of the workers amongst Latin America, North America, Africa, and Asia as well. We will also exchange knowledge, technical knowledge, medicines, and food amongst our peoples as well. So the brigades will take solidarity to Cuba and Palestine and other fronts of struggle and needed. We'll coordinate campaigns of parliament that are continental, and we will demand the congresses and parliaments of all of the nations the cease of any type of military interference in the declared zone of peace of Latin America and the Caribbean. Alert, alert, alert that walks and mobilizes. The sword of Bolivar is moving all over the world. Greetings to all of you. Alert. Thank you very much, Professor Alexis Corredor, for his words. For formality, and now to break with our custom. Now we are going to ask the delegates, international delegates, and to the delegates of the Constituent Congress, the approval of this manifesto of Caracas, approval of this plan, of international plan of the worker class. And therefore, we will ask then our brothers and sisters, delegates, international delegates and national delegates that agree with the approval of this manifesto of Caracas and the international action plan of the workers class to say with lifting our left hand, approved by unanimously. Congratulations, delegates of this Latin American and Caribbean World Congress in Defense for Peace for the result that we have obtained. And in order to formally then close this activity, I will give the floor now to a dear sister, a compatriot that besides being deputy is the head of the Simon Bolivar Institute, and that with her message we will close this session of today. So I give the floor then to our compatriot, Blanca Rosa Ecao, and a big applause for her. I want to inform you that now there is a mobilization in Barcelona, Spain, in solidarity with the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, with the people of Venezuela, to reject the threats that are getting worse by President Donald Trump. This is happening right now in Barcelona, Spain. Thank you very much, brothers and sisters here present, to permit us to participate in this Congress of the worker class in defense of peace. A few days ago, we were in the Assembly of the Peoples for peace and sovereignty of our America. And we continue then in the midst of this aggression of threats and harassments in the confrontation of two models. Today, 195 years since the death of the Father Bolivar, our liberator, who is leader of this revolution. It is indisputable, and today he is alive, still more alive than ever, because he's always been wanting to destroy the Monroe Doctrine. That Monroe Doctrine is a failure, and the states want to let it be a sword against us, against the peoples of our America. Therefore, today it is more necessary than ever the thought that is anti-colonialist, anti-imperialist of our liberator Simon Bolivar, that he stated as a dream the greatest amount of happiness possible. He thought as an objective the equality amongst all of the citizens of the Republic. Everyone is equal. That was the only one that would permit us to be able to have a homeland, is that we all be the same. We all be equal, shall we say. And that search of unity in order to achieve a perfect balance of the universe, because the only way of achieving it is by that. And in the midst of that battle, that situation, today we have the leader of the corporations there with the Monroe Doctrine in the States, a representative of the most powerful multimillionaires of the world. And on this side, with Bolivar, a worker president who is at the forefront of a revolution that does not surrender unto anything, will not kneel down to anyone or anything. And we, brothers and sisters, comrades, I believe that what we are holding this assembly for these last 2-3 days in a Congress. This is crucial when we're doing it, because it is fundamental then right now to pass on to an offensive. Imperialism, in the face of desperation, of decadence, of total decadence, they have taken off their mask. That imperialism that exists today, at the beginning of the year 2000 or end of the 1990s, spoke of the end of history, of the end of our times, that humanity had reached the zenith of its realization, and therefore we had to surrender all of our flags and banners, that there were no more dreams, there were no more causes to fight for, no more need to organize nor struggle for anything. It was the end of history and the last man, that's what they said, was the end of the world, shall we say. And all of that scenario, that zenith imperialism and capitalism that they created in that barbaric phase plummeted. And it has demonstrated then its inefficiency in order to resolve the problems of humanity. On the contrary, this imperialism and capitalism, in that phase, brutal phase of neoliberalism, is a threat to the human race, to the species, to life on the planet, a threat to Mother Earth. It is a model that is decadent, failed, irrational, that does not have any possibility of sustaining itself. And therefore, the only thing left for them to do to maintain themselves in power is something barbaric, is the extermination of the population as we see it in Gaza. It is genocide. It is going to war. It is not the American dream, but the missiles on fishermen that are in the Caribbean Sea in their little boats. It is not the so-called or calling to the construction of their democratic model, but to impose openly and overtly and clearly a world dictatorship is what they want, headed by them. The direct threat is directly on Venezuela now. But we all know here that it is against humanity in truth. But why did they choose Venezuela? Why so much against us? Why do they say today, for example, that Mr. So-so, the head entrepreneur, oligarch, elite, imperialist man, why? He is part of the mafia, is all capitalist. They all they come from, their roots are in barbaric habits. Why are they so against? And they have all this aggression is against us. And they threat us. Why do they threat Venezuela? One reason it's because it's not drug trafficking. We know that the main cartel of drugs is in the north. That those who finance drugs are in the north, but not in Mexico. It's in the United States of America. So there's a cartel. The biggest cartel of drugs is in the States, and it is the Department of the Treasury Department is one of the greatest money laundering of financing of drugs of the world. These people that they say that Venezuela, or they said that we were narco-terrorists. After that, they said that Venezuela had, besides the cartel of the Soles, they had the Tren de Aragua. Then they said that we participated with some super hackers, Venezuelan super hackers, in the defeat of the past elections of the entrepreneur that was the opposition in Venezuela. And now They have put a price on the head of the president of Venezuela, and today they have said what we always want. They always wanted to say. They said that the Venezuelan oil belongs to them. They said it finally today, as someone said, as they take Mexico and the Panama Canal is theirs, and now not only do they want oil, but they want our wealth, our assets of Venezuela, our resources also now belong to them. We know that they don't, it's the United States. No, it's them as an elite, as entrepreneurs, as corporate elite that need our oil for their businesses of drugs and war. But we also know, brothers and sisters, that it is not only for the wealth of Venezuela that they are aiming at us and against us. In truth, the fact that in Venezuela we have decided to walk towards a transition towards socialism, the construction of a communal state where the worker class is a protagonist. That is the main threat, the main and fundamental objective. They do not want, and I'll give you an example, that we can achieve what we want, that the peoples can govern, that they can govern deciding their destiny, that there can be unity or perfect unity and of workers as well in order to achieve that there be a transformation of the society. That is what we don't accept. They don't want that the voice of the liberators, men and women that wanted the Latin American Union, that they have recruited many people. In the midst of adversities and threats, yesterday, for example, a ship came with petroleum from Alba and went to Cuba, because when people work together based on solidarity, nothing will stop us. And that is what they don't want. They don't want Alba of the peoples. They are against Alba. And therefore, brothers and sisters, we started this revolution, which is a revolution that started 500 years ago, since the resistance of the indigenous people from the uplifting of our Afro-descendant people made by Maroons here in Venezuela, uplifting also of uprising of that part of Europe that assumed blanks, Creoles here, that they lifted the banners of independence. The independence that was assumed as one fundamental element, that the abolition of slavery, the proposal of union, of Latin American Union. That need, as Bolivar said, of constructing a new world, bigger and better for their liberty.
Bigger for its liberty, virtue, and glory than for its extension and wealth. This is the moment for the reconstruction of the alba of the peoples, of the dawn of the peoples. This root, this seed that is so natural for us to live in commune, because our indigenous peoples used to live like that. They live in communism where we are equal. We are building a new way of society. We believe it's possible, but even more than possible, we have been developing it, and we have 5,636 communes. We have over 49,000 communal councils with our highs and our lows. Simon Rodriguez used to say, either we invent or we err. It's in the invention, in the creation, where you can make something positive, is in building something new. And it's in that construction that we have shown that it can be done. We have been attacked, under siege, we have been blocked, we have been sanctioned, we have suffered coercive measures, attempts of invasion. The whole imperialism has tried to defeat this revolution, and here we are, standing and with you, because it can be done when the peoples organize and they take the leading role. And with this example, we show you that they want to destroy us. They want to destroy our example. Imperialism attacks our America, and today represses and attacks the people of the United States, the working people, the migrant people, the Latino people. For us, it is crucial, the Latin American unity, but also the workers' unity of the world, the unity of all workers. I said that this revolution started 500 years ago, and 26 years ago, we started with a constituent process to build something new. For us, it was to rebuild the republic with the workers, with the women, with the peasants, with Afro-descendants, and look, all building the legal framework of the republic, but not over the colonial basis, not over the imperial basis, or over the basis of the oligarchy, over the dreams and struggles of the people. We believe, and that is why we were gathered as working class in a constituent process, and the women are debating in that constituent process, and the indigenous people are also debating in that constituent process. I would say that faced with the scenario of war that the imperialism is creating, that wants to crush Venezuela, to go after the rest of our peoples, then I think that they use, I propose that we use the same way that the different peoples of Russia created the Soviet Union. We gather so that we create a dream of unity, where the working class can build the peace of new mankind. Today, we must say, this mankind has said stop. The empire will not be able to attack our peoples. Let's raise our banners, raise our projects, and guarantee our freedom. Chavez gave us the formula: unity, victory, struggle. Long live Chavez, long live Maduro, long live the working class. Thank you very much, my dear comrade Blanca Eckhout, Director of the Simon Bolivar Institute. Thank you, my dear friends, my dear partners. After this closing ceremony by Blanca Eckhout, we want to thank the delegates of Costa Rica, Benin, Chile, Portugal, Paraguay, Spain, Mexico, Argentina, Trinidad and Tobago, Guatemala, Panama, Peru, Honduras, Italy, El Salvador, France, United States, Brazil, Greece, Galicia, Colombia, Bolivia, Cuba, Asia, people from Canada and Niger, plus all those who were connected from Catalonia also, and those who were connected online. Thank you for joining us in this extraordinary first Latin American, Caribbean, and World Congress of the Working Class in Defense of Peace. We now wish you a safe way back to your countries. We would like to invite you to remain alert, to remain informed of what is happening here. And whatever is happening here is a people that has decided to triumph, a people that knows that they are going together with Maduro to defeat the aggression of the United States of America and its satellites. Thank you so much to our delegates of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, of the Workers' Congress that came to this event, and we now would like to invite you to the coffee break outside so that you can have a nice break. Thank you very much. Chavez is alive. Chavez is alive, alive. Loyal always, traitors never. Long live Nicolás Maduro. Long live the working class. Long live international proletarianism. Long live the workers. We will prevail. We would like to thank the interpreters who helped us. We would like to also thank the workers, the technicians, the sound technicians who allowed us to listen to this event. We would like to thank the cameraman and all the workers of the Daniel Vivas Hall. Thank you all.